Thank goodness I noticed it now. Hi. Hello. It's your boy. How's it going, everybody? Also, hi, Artie. Hey, now I see your message. How's it going, Artie? Hi. Let me turn this off. And commence. Hi. We made it to Friday. Guys, we made it. Hope you guys are doing good. Did anything happen that I wanted to specifically mention here? I got to play keyboard on my brother's place today. It was pretty fun. Just playing on the white keys because you can make almost anything sound good with those. You don't have to know much music to do that. But that was pretty fun. I was just doing some little tiny chords. That was fun. Wish I had a keyboard. But I don't. I only have a guitar and a bass. But anyway. Today we're gonna be working more on the game. It's been a while. But I'm pretty hyped to go back into it. Last stream, I think I mentioned that we could work on the moving of the character when we attack. But in order to do that, we need the some kind of direction input. On a controller, that's easy. It says wherever you aim your control analog stick. But on keyboard and mouse, that's going to be different because we have to read where your... How do I put this? We need more input, is what I'm saying. Because the WASD is only like 4, and then the corners, that's 8 different directions. That's some direction control, but not enough. So what we're thinking is, what if we just use the mouse direction, like a twin stick? Hi, Akuma. Yo, what's up? Welcome. But oh yeah. I forgot. Hi, Tato. Thank you. Hi, partner. 3 coms. Boomies. I missed the I there. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. Hi. Let me take a sip of water. Akuma was gonna cheese me, but he had me on mute. Yeah. So today we're gonna be working more in the game, and we'll see how far we can get. It's been a while, so it's gonna be a reintroductionary to that whole thing again, or like reorientation or re-onboarding or something. Anyway, I have a different playlist for this. Let me mute this. I'm gonna use a playlist that makes me ultra focus. It might put some people to sleep, but also the music can only be heard on Twitch, unfortunately, because, you know, copyrights and all that. Gonna be listening to some chill lo-fi with some rain. Japan trip has fixed date now. That's exciting. Quality options are gone again. Well, thankfully, well, you won't hear the music, but you can hop on over to another site that I also stream on. Not dropping any names, but you know. There exists a site. This playlist is 12 hours long, so I think we're good. Facebook Live? No. Blue tweets. Ah, you're talking about Skype. Wait, no. Also, I get up. Hope you're doing good. Orange YouTube. I just pictured Fanta in my head for some reason. Is Orange YouTube like Fanta, but Yanta? Yunta. I don't know. Okay. We have the playlist. Let me put this over here so I can control it with the click of my mouse and the flick of my wrist. You have to restart the YouTube stream like 8 times to get it to work. Is that YouTube's fault? Probably. Ayo, 35 stream streak. Thank you, Intano. Current ET is the ye ol' PR0N hub. PR0. I see. I secretly knew that all along. But anyway, okay. Let me pop my monitor over here so I can see what we're working on. Ooh, I don't know if I showed these on the last time we worked on this, but I did some changes. Game? Yeah, this screen. Wait, it's not that. I was adjusting the volume for myself. There are walls. Okay, so wait, wrong mouse. What? Hold on. There we go. Okay. So let me increase this so you guys can see. This is what we're working on now. Instead of the roofs I made on top, I made a singular platform on the bottom and I gave it a darkness material. And that darkness is an unlit color of black, so it gets none of the light gets reflected. So what that looks in action is like this. It just ends. You don't really notice the edge. It just ends right there. I think that's super cool. So these walls are one-sided, so if I go here, you can't see it. Now you can see it. I made this world a little darker, and I added a spotlight on the character. And I think I made the material glow. That's no means necessary the final one, but yeah. And then we got this. And to test, I had some issues with the click. So I had to... Thank you, Mysterio. How's it going? I had to change the reading. I forgot how I did that. It's been a while. But now it reads every click. You can see every time I click, a little click pops up. Also, if I bring this back, so we can look at the animator. This is what we're running now. Let's see if you can see the... hold on, I have to click on the player. Mesh offset. There we go. You can see we're in the idle state. If I click, or if I move, it goes into the run state. And then if I hit one, you go into the attack. And then there's attack hold. Attack hold is a state. So attack just transitions into the hold once the attack is done. And that holds it. So I can, anytime I'm in the hold, I can click again to move to attack 2. I think also during attack 1, if I click here, let's see, click. Yep. So anytime I'm in attack 1 or attack 1 hold, if I click, we're going to go into attack 2. If I don't click in time, it just goes back to idle. And I think from idle, it just goes back to run if I'm like, yeah, running. Although you shouldn't be able to run when you're swinging like this, but you know, that's basically that's that. Have you played the FNAF games? The vibes kind of resembles the Princess Quest minigames. I haven't played those. I've seen the movie. I don't really know much about them other than RD gave me and Twiz a PowerPoint presentation. Was it a 1-hour PowerPoint presentation on the lore before we watched the movie? And then we watched the movie. That's all I know. And yeah. I hear the games are very RNG based, and that's what like is kind of putting me off of them. It's not skill based, but RNG. But I guess they could be fun games to play regardless. So our problem today is I can do this. I shouldn't be able to do this. Also, if I swing, nothing happens. I'm standing still. When I swing, I want the character to do kind of do this, like step. Maybe step, hold, step, or step, step, step. Whichever we want to do. Anyway. That's what we got working on today. Let me make this bigger. Games are kind of very different. Security Breach is not that RNG based, but bugged and glitched and miserable as fuck. Oh no. They have the Princess Quest minigames. But very buggy, you say. Doesn't strike me with great confidence. Give me a sec. I'm trying a new layout on OBS today, so let's see if that works better or not. I think if I was a smart boy... Wait, does running ads delay the next ad? Like if I ever have to take a break, I should run an ad, right? Just to delay the automatic ads. I don't know if that works like that. As a fan of the franchise lore, you wish you could recommend it to me, but the VR FNAF games help under our 1010. Ooh, right, the VR games. Think so? The longer the ads you run, the longer the delay ad is. That's actually pretty cool. So if I ever need to take a break, I should just run. It's running like 1 minute 30 by default. It's like the perfect time to get water and, you know, refresh. But yeah, I never thought about that. Although, if that's the same amount of delay, then I don't know. kind of interesting regardless. Anyway, I think I want to open the scripts and we can see where we left off. Let's look at the player controller. No, thank you. Is this the one we edited last? Right, I made the floating text, so I can just use the floating text. This says click. We're not doing the sphere check now, because this is a testing phase. We don't need to attack yet. We're using, what are we using for movement? We're doing, oh, we're not even we're not caching it. It's just, I mean, it's not a member variable. It's just right here in the fixed. We just cache the move input. We just find action move, and then we read it as vector2. Okay. That makes sense. And then we use it to move. I don't think mouse position should affect. Oh, let me postpone. I don't need to update you. I think the mouse position shouldn't affect your regular movement. Only your aiming and attacks. What are we using for attack detection then? Move, attack. That's in update. Hold on, I heard something. Okay. I forgot. Steam still gives me the bips, and the blips through the OBS. We're checking attack in update, but we're moving in fixed update. Is it because does CC even need? I don't think CC needs or the Unity's character controller. I don't think that needs a fixed update. Not that I've actually worked on one in another project. But wait, hold on, my chat went away. It ran away from me. The window ran away. I guess that's fine for now. That's fine for now. So what do we need to do? We need to find out the mouse position on screen so we can tell where that is, and then somehow make a direction. Maybe, well, the players usually, did our camera like have a delayed follow? Let's check. I think it's a detached object. No, it moves exactly with the player. There is follow speed. Does it? What if I drop that down to 4? Oh, no, it doesn't. Kind of creates that effect. Okay. So I think it's still fine if we read it from the center of the screen. We make a center of the screen, we make a ray or something toward them, or vector toward the mouse, and then we should just cast that on a plane with the player or something like that. Welcome back, RD. Welcome back. How do we check for mouse position? I've tried dabbling with this before, but let me do some vibe coding. You need to check read mouse position on screen. Screen space. That's probably input that mouse position. Reports the position on of the mouse even when it is not inside the game view. No. Oh god, this is the white side. Hold on. It's so bright. I don't think that's what we want. Oh, it's under camera. Okay. That's gonna help me. Camera dot. No. Camera dot. Screen. Maybe it has to be a specific camera. Does this have a reference to a camera? Of course not. Because the camera only follows a target. Okay. We're gonna do this a little weird and we're just gonna do a serialized field. Camera underscore cam. And then we're gonna go cam dot screen. Okay, there are some options here. Thank you for the blanket, Kuma. That reminds me, it's been years, but I bought some cocoa powder. I could make hot choco. Screen point array. Doesn't say what it does. Input mouse position. Transforms position from screen space into viewport. Viewport space. No. Transforms position from viewport space into... Oh god, help. Some of these don't have descriptions. Screen to world point. Screen to world point. And then is there like a mouse? Dot current dot position. Why is that a problem? Cannot convert from input system controls to... Okay. Wait, vector 3? This returns a vector 3. Screen to world point. But it needs a vector 3 position. What? Now I just need where my mouse is on the screen. Is that not it? Does it have overwrites? One overload. And if I do that, we can use vector 3 position. Wait, oh, it said transforms a point from screen space into world space, where world space is defined as the coordinate system at the very top of your game hierarchy. Position a 2D screen space point in pixels plus a z coordinate for the distance from the camera in world units. The lower left pixel on the screen is 0, 0. The upper right of the screen is screen width in pixels -1. Screen height is pixel. Z Z coordinate for the distance from the camera in world units. Infinite? Okay, let's make a new vector 3. Wait. But I just need the mouse position. Why is this so hard? Hold on. There's also mouse.current.position. That's what I was using. So could I just use this, but go new vector 3? Actually, let's just make a new. It's going to be easier if I do it this way. Vector 3, call this mouse pause for position, and it's going to be new vector 3. And it's going to take mouse.current.position .x and then mouse.current.position.y, and then this is a float math f.infinity. Maybe not that. 100. Why can't I take those? It's get protected set. Cannot confirm from Unity input system controls access control to float. Oh, I think I have to do position dot read value, and then vector 2 dot x. No. Cannot be used with type arguments. Read value. Yeah, I remember I already gave us like a short rundown. And then we have to input this here too. So read value brackets dot y. And then what we're going to read here is mouse pause. But what are we going to use that for? Now that we did that, I could just copy this and slam that in there. And this is a world position. Is this gonna work actually? No, because it's gonna be infinite. My brain. Another way I could do this is probably use. Thank you for the health check. I could use a ray cast from the camera. We could try that. Okay, so instead of this, I would go. Hold on. I have something in my eye. Okay. Instead of this, I could make a new ray called ray. But we could also assign this as. Could we use the cam dot? No. Screen point. Did they have like screen point to ray? They do have screen point to ray. Returns a ray going from camera through a screen point. Yes. So if my mouse is like here, wait, can you see my mouse? Right here in the corner of chat. my mouse was there, that's the screen position. Like it's a direct line going. Imagine it's piercing your monitor. Moan. What? Okay. And then could we just go input dot mouse position, current mouse position in pixel coordinates? Yes. Now we have array. And I guess we would go if array. Wait, no. This had to be different. Was it physics? Dot array cast array from point origin direction. Yeah. What's the all?
It's the shiny. It's the sweet. It's the most bestest cat boy you'll ever meet. Has the funniest, the cutest, the happiest boy. And he's kind of neat.
I propose. I like the delivery of Danny there. It's crazy that they just can call him Danny. Because that's his actual name. How's it going, Phobos? He sounded really excited. Anyway, welcome. You forgot Q. We're gonna cast array, and then we're gonna out the hit. Wait, out. Do I have to do out array cast or the hit? I think raycast hit, because that's what that's saying. Raycast hit into hit. Max distance. Do we need that? Maybe not. This happens quite a lot though, so maybe we put like a... How many units would that be? 20? 20 Unity units? Yeah, let's do that. And then inside this block, we can use this hit because we outed the hit into it. Thank you for the ball, partner. Now, we have a point somewhere. A point that hits something. A ground, most likely. Next, we would have to cast or make a vector. Wait. Where are we? This is the... I just realized it kind of has to overwrite movement. We're setting animators here. I think once we can set a bool. I wonder if we can also read a bool. Because we could put this whole attack inside this. Big brain. Thank you. I think if we put all of that inside there. That's the sphere check we're not using currently. That's the input action we're checking for. Set trigger attack. Wait, hold on. In the fixed update, we're doing movement, move lock warning, move input. If move magnitude is, I think all of that. I think all of that could be, we could either split it into its own function, but I'm just gonna do a block for it. Let's see if we can read. If animator dot read set bool get bool. So if the bool attack what else can we get though? Maybe a state would be better. Dot get behavior component entity IK position IK rotation layers next animation state info interrupt match target set target. Don't laugh at me. This is Python, right? This is C#. I don't know if I know any Python. They're more or less, every coding language is more or less the same. So I think I might get around with that as well, maybe. This isn't quite C++. It's a C#, which is C++ based, but easier. More lightweight. Automatic garbage disposal, I think. Don't quote me on that. What if we instead, okay, let's try this in reverse thinking. Get bool. Instead of checking if we're attacking, we're going to check if we aren't attacking. So if we are in the run, wait, hold on. We have move X. Run. If we are in the what do we have there? We just have run, but run doesn't activate at all times. Like if you're in the idle, that's just idle. We don't have anything for idle, and the attack is a trigger. So anytime I click, it just triggers it until it cancels it. But we want to make it so that you can only activate that in certain states. Is there like a get dot state as state keep animator control state and disable get next animator state info returns an animator state info with the information on the next state. Wait, current state. It returns animator state info. What does that contain? Dot E equals, wait, no, I can't do anything with that. You need to give it an int layer index. One. Do you remember trying to learn Python years and years ago, Artie? Be a real trial and error. But the Python, I don't know. Coding is weird until you get into it. It's just basically all these blocks. Like you think, what are these little signs? Well, these make the blocks. My entire class is inside this block. That's the class. These are just what I'm using to implement more functionality. And then it just runs this in order, basically. All of these just get run once. An update in this example gets called every frame. So this is how I can like repeat stuff. That's the basics of it. Awake gets called when the script instance is being loaded, and fixed update is kind of like a different type of update. Sphere check is my custom function. I made it a custom so I can just write it anywhere I want. It's used here, but I commented it because I don't need it right now. That's the basics. Every block gets run in order from top to bottom. And if statements like these would be handled. If something is like, if this condition inside the if thing is true, then this happens. Otherwise, it just continues. Yeah, those are pretty easy to understand, I think. It's just like statement and stuff. It's a lot of like math as well. I like the colors here. You know. Like that also applies to anything you try to do and learn. At first you'll suck, keep at it. You could figure it out and be great at it. Exactly. Everybody has to start somewhere. If you have no idea how something works, you're gonna be lost. I love colors. Yeah. Honestly, it helps you like see out stuff easier. Like if you see this like light yellow text, you usually know that it's some kind of function. Yeah. And other colors too exist. You know. There are other colors too, but I won't get into that. Let's see what this has. Get type, length, loop, speed, string analyze, clone, serialized. Wait, let me ask. Let's do some vibe coding. How can I read with state? Wait, are they called states? Yeah, state. I'm in through code in Unity. There's an is name for this, the one I just used. But is name. Oh, I didn't see that. Checks if name matches the name of the active state and the state machine. Do you Google a lot to know what do you need to do next? I do Google a little bit. I think every game developer needs Google as their tools. There's something called vibe coding, is when you kind of like Google how some people would implement stuff, like find different implementations of how people do it. And then you kind of like just get a general idea and just build off of that. I like that a lot. Like for example, this one, I didn't know this function existed. I could have found it through that list easier, but that was just easier. And you can see right there, it just needs a string, and the string would be, if we are in, we have to check for 2. This is not the best one. So that, if it's that, or, how do you make an or sign? Was it 2 lines? Let me double check. Unity or operator. I haven't coded in a while, so I'm a little rusty. Single bar and the double bar. The difference is that the one always checks both the left and right conditions, while 2 only checks the right side condition if it's necessary. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh no, I've lost my glasses. I don't know what to do now. I'll just copy this and type run. Wait, what? Do I have to put 0 in there? There's no 0 in there. Okay, so now if we are in those states, I'm just gonna do a return. So this whole fixed update doesn't ends here. It doesn't run anything past this. If we're not in those. Or I could be a smart boy and I could be like, not. If it's not idle or run, then all of this gets run. Bam. Let's see if that, first of all, does that stop my movement? Invalid operation exception. You're trying to read input using Unity input class, but you have switched active input handling to input system package in player settings. Oh, we can't use that. That's old shit. Where is it? Yeah, we're using input.mouse position, which we can't use. I think what we need instead is input system dot actions dot mouse find action. Hold on, let's go back. Let's look at the input. We have input system. We have look. We have delta pointer. That's not it. Wait, hold on. Google Unity in the new input system. How do I get mouse position? I mistyped so many words. Okay, let's open this thread. There's a video. I don't need that. Mouse.current.position. Isn't that what we used? You've come up with the game today. Throw the breadstick piece off the wall and have it rebound off a wall and into your mouth hole. Trademark. That sounds like a great game. You're playing Yakuza, is that Kiwami 2? And you have to do Mahjong. Get a full house and fuck the table on the first move. Oh. Isn't that like one of the hardest things to do? Win the Mahjong? If you want all the achievements and whatnot. Mouse.current.position. Unity engine.input system.controls. I think that's what we want. But it's not working. Because what the hell is that dot read value? Well, it takes it. It's a vector too, but it takes it. Huh. What if we do debug.log and we just print the hit.toString. Cam is not assigned. Well, heck. You're right about that. Is this my camera? That's the main camera. That's what I need. Well, heck, you're right. Raycast hit. Okay, it's not giving me positions, but it's still letting me move. Oh, this has to be and now. So if we're not in idle and we're not in run, then that should happen. Here you are with your basic cast knowledge. Cute if Kumi dialogue equals I'm not cute, then give a head pat and play dialogue good boy if Kumi dialogue equals ... load Kumi _ blush mod. That's pretty cute actually. Damn. Oh no. Guys, we done fucked up. I can only move when I'm not in those states. Hold on. Oh, right. That makes sense. If we are in idle and... Wait, now it's and. So now we go back to or. If we are in idle or if we are in run. Let's see. I think I can stop all directional. Let's see. Don't. Yeah, there we go. It feels a little jarring because your character just stops now. So thank you for the hit, Panakuma. I think now we can implement some sort of a directional. So what we need is we need magic. Ad starts in 1 minute. God dang it. Question for everybody. Do you guys find this ad break frequency or frequency plus linked okay? It is once every half an hour, but it makes them shorter. Or would you guys prefer the once every hour, but they're like 3 minutes long? I just want to get an update on the community's opinion. I don't think either one of them is a great choice, but Although sometimes you only just get one ad, and it's not even that. Yeah, because the 3 minutes is... It's too long. It's too long. It's way too long. Okay, I couldn't read the hit. But anyway, the hit is just... Oh, because I should have probably went like hit dot point or something. So honestly, you would sit through 2 seconds of ads maximum. I would have to have ads play every second then. Or something. Like an insanely short amount of time. There we go. Let's take a sip of water. Oh, the 2090s ads. I've seen some on YouTube and those are pretty wild. Pretty wild. My brain is feeling so slow today. Apologies. So we get a position. It's not really hitting anything in layer. I'm guessing it's doing it on every layer. What we could do is cast it off of a layer called ground. And have the background ground be the ground. Let's see. Does it take? Yeah, it does. Layer mask. Is there a way to layer mask? Dot name to layer. Given a layer name returns the layer index. Yeah, I think that's the one we need. And we would just call this ground. We don't have that layer yet, so let's go create that. Also, I should probably move chat for this stream.
You could set ad every 3 aids and then egg to the ad by ending and starting a new stream at the 2:59 mark Kumiki Smug.
That's smart. I just hit the chat. Oh my god, I'm so smart. There we go. Maybe you guys... Wait, that should be fine right there. 3 aids. I think she did. Pretty sure. I like this new chat program I'm looking at. Why did I come here? I was gonna make the ground, but I need this scene view here. Layer. Add layer. We're gonna add a new layer here. Make it 7, and let's call it ground. And you're gonna be ground. And let's check that nothing falls through the world. Nothing fell through the world. Why did I come here? Guess it was the weather. came here for the wind. It must have been the wind. So now we're gonna hit a point in the ground. Actually, that doesn't work because if you're aiming outside the ground, then it's gonna get weird. How far is this bottom? It's basically right there. So we could make this mesh the ground. The whole black box. And then this one can go back to default. My brain, as I started saying, this layer can go, and I started thinking of another sentence there. Can you guess what? You came here because you're next to me. Right there. I'm just checking. The chat can get a little on the way there, but that's fine. That is fine. I usually try to, the way I code is, way you code in general is the text is very heavily on the left side of the screen. And only sometimes you write that long of a sentence, so it gets a little covered, but that's fine. So now we have a point. Now we cast a ray, or a vector. Let's make a vector 3 called, let's call this attack dir for direction. Attack dir is, I think we had to do this in reverse. So from the target point to player. So it's going to be hit dot point, impact point in world space where the ray hit the collider. Point dot, well, I guess that's fine. Is that a what is that? That's a vector 3, okay. Minus, so this is the player controller, so player already has this, so it says the minus player position. We have a direction. Imagine a thigh-height meet and greet in a large bed. Live on stream. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. So we have a direction. But I think we want this whole thing, I'll put it in brackets because I want this. Do I want this normalized? I also have to, no, I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna go attack dir. Can I assign the y-axis specifically to 0? Right, because this might be pointing in a weird angle. This one makes it so that it's just like parallel to the ground. So it can only point in a 3D space. It can point anywhere up or right. I mean down or left too, but that's just negative numbers. Anyway, the y is 0. Now it's flat. And what do we do with that? Now we would have to push the player. So for that we have to use, because we're using the we're using this .cc move. So let me copy this for now. Also, I think hold on, we only have to do the direction once we hit. So all of this could go inside the click. Let's make this a little tidier. I can leave this sphere. I'll grab that and put that in the bottom so I remember better. So the update checks if we press the tag. If we did, then it's gonna do a array to the mouse position, or a screen pointer array. So it's gonna launch array toward wherever the mouse is on the screen, and then it's going to check if it hit the ground layer. And if it did, then we make a new vector 3 that's a vector from the player position to the hit point. So this is a direction line. V0 at the Y. And then I think before we start moving, this is what would happen. Must press this frame is a key point here, because that way we can't. Although, what if you keep spamming it? Is this the best way of doing it? We're getting the direction, but also, if different attacks move you different amounts. How am I going to do that over time is my question. I didn't think it this far. I do have the direction now, but let's see how other people would do this. How to stop and control player movement through code while attacking. The problem here is they're using rigid bodies, so which helps because you can add a velocity, but we're using character controller. I suppose a coroutine? Coroutines or something. I'm not super familiar with, but we could try that. That makes sense though. In this example, you could also use animation events, but they're not strictly animations is the problem. They're one frame animations. Or 3 frames. So, I think coroutine it should be. Okay. Oh. For coroutines, how do you do this? I think we have to first create a coroutine. It's one of those IE enumerators that I think I can just put anywhere. Can we just put it here? IE enumerator. And then it needs a name. We could call this attack. I'm using caps lock here, capital. Maybe attack I don't know what the naming convention usually is for these. The example's using capital letters, so let's go with that. Attack block, maybe? And it needs these brackets. And maybe that too. Oh, wait. Wait, this is just a wait, what? Is that how you do these? This is just a function, basically. A function that returns an IE enumerator? Is that how they work? Wait, if that's true, that's actually opening a whole bunch of stuff for my brain. Huh. Let me see. We could make a boolean that says can move maybe, but it would have to do it like in reverse then. But no, does a coroutine does that like get run over time, like over and over? Can I run a coroutine function like an update? Oh, I would use the while. Oh, okay, that's how you do it. So I would just do this and then I could use while. This is just giving me true. I don't know if that's the best practice here, but while true, and this would just be an infinite loop. I wonder if I just have to stop the whole like coroutine. Is that how they work? Wish I knew more about these coroutines. Because once I do this, right, I would go here and I would go attack block. And how did they do in this example? Oh, they would do not like that. They would do start coroutine. Start a coroutine named method name. So it is a method. Oh. And then that would be attack lock. That's why it's capital, because it's basically a function. I call them functions. I know it's not always true. Oh, but it would need brackets because it's a, yeah. That's how you would stop it. Is there a stop coroutine? Stop all. Stops the first coroutine named that, or the coroutine stored in a routine running on this behavior. This is more complex than I thought. Would it be easier? No. The issue here is these are different lengths. Is it easier if we just read if the player is a... Oh my god, no, thank you. That's the third time the Visual Studio asked me to update. Yeah. Broke my flow here. Coroutine. I just need to like overtime control the movement. So this could work, but different attacks might need different movement, like speeds, or maybe distances and speeds and lengths. So they can't be universal. I might have to pull that. Currently, my entire state machine is heavily integrated into the animator. And all I can think is, we're just going to read these names here, and that's going to determine what state we are in. But I don't know if that's good coding. What I could do is I could... is that a good idea? What I could do is I could make a switch statement for every state. That sounds horrible. That sounds pretty horrible. Because I'm doing a switch statement for a string of the state name. I could also use indexes and just... Oh, that's true. I could use indexes and then I could just comment what state that is. Would that work? How would the indexes even work though? I don't know how these are treated as numbers. I could automate this, and this could like let's see if this could work. Could we add like a float duration? Yeah, this also accepts these. We could get duration and like if we want to automate this. First of all, we need a vector 3 for direction, and we need float for duration. We have direction and duration. Do we need anything else? No. Speed in a sense, but that is duration. Let's go with those. What I'm thinking is I could do this. And it would just run its own while loop here. Like this one example is doing while true. And wait, there's a block. Yeah, the entire code is in that. And then they would have that yield return null. That would wait for the next frame because it's not returning anything, I guess. And then under here we could but that means this whole thing would have to calculate. It would have to know where we're going. Unless it just takes down the duration until it's down. But what if I put this? What if I, outside of the while statement, I would make a float called door? No. Time. We're make a float called time, and that's gonna be. I could cache that and start just taking it down. Like cache it like that. And then the end of every frame, or at the beginning, we check if, or what, sorry, while time is greater than, wait, yeah, greater than 0. Then this whole loop happens. And at the end here, we will return null. And we minus, wait, we go time minus equals time dot delta time. I kind of like them doing, look, I like doing them that way. You could also plus, make it a 0 for time, and plus, and check when time is duration. I don't know if which one's more performant. They're pretty much the same. But now this only lasts as long as the duration. I think we can also use the duration to kind of like estimate, because we have a direction, but we need distance, right? To determine how far the attack should go. Yeah. So we need float distance. Oh, I put a comma there. Hold on. So we need direction. That's which direction we're attacking. We need distance, how far the attack is going to go, and duration. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And then with those three, we could actually calculate how the whole movement would happen. This is sort of automated now, though. Also, I don't like it here. Do I like it here? It can stay here. It's at the top, which I usually keep the awake and update stuff there. But it can stay there for now. So what do? We go over here. We use the CC move. You're going here. We're gonna need the motion, which is gonna be I think direction that this one gets. That normalized, so it's just the length of 1 on that direction. And we're gonna time that now there's probably some kind of mathematical solution to how to calculate this better. But if I just put here, like, it's gonna be direction times distance. Oops. And times, we're running this on regular update, so time dot delta time, so that gets applied. Or should we do an if statement if no, the duration is going to handle that. Wouldn't that just move us instantly there? Like it's already going there. So we might need time.delta time. How much is moving per second, I think, basically. We could try that. I wonder if this we can also use yield to return new wait for seconds if we have to wait there. But I want that running like all the time. It's not really a smooth motion. Also, I was thinking I could like calculate where I'm going and then check if we're like there. But I don't know if that's the smart choice because something might bump into you. Also, something might cancel you out of this like a hit, but then we could just stop the coroutine. Let's see how that would work first of all. And over here, when we click attack, okay, so back here. When we click attack, we do the ray. That's our direction. And then we start the coroutine of attack lock. That's going to be direction of attack there. Distance is going to be, let's say, 1 unity unit, so 1F. And duration is going to be There's another issue with this, and that's there's so much you have to think about. Because I can cancel my attack sooner than like there's the I can keep spamming and overriding these. But I wonder if you start a new coroutine, does it overwrite the previous one? Let's see with that. So if attack was pressed and we get the screen rate, and we click attack, create floating text click. Well, let's just try out that. Let's see what happens. This might be wrong. Okay, movement. There's no movement. It's not giving me errors either. Huh. And it's doing this part. What if I take the... What if our camera is too far? Let's try making it 100 units. What if it's just a simple error like that? No. Let's try making a debug.lock. Starting coroutine. And then let's put like over here, we're going to type coroutine update. Do those happen? Starting coroutine happened, but nothing in the... Nothing in here. Time is duration. We gave it a duration of 1. while time is smaller than 0f. But it's bigger. Let's see if this also happens. Coroutine is running. Running, that's how you type it, yeah. Does that work? Coroutine is running. It is running. It is indeed running. But this doesn't? Why does this doesn't? Huh. I can also make it yield. I can use yield return new wait for seconds 0.1f if I want to. If I need to be a little more, what's it calls it? If I need a function that doesn't need to run every frame and I need to be more performant. Am I doing something wrong here? What if we just do it the other way around? So time is 0f. And while time is smaller than duration that we supply, while 0 is smaller than 1, this should be run. That should run. Let's see. Help. Help. The boy is picking speed. Oh. What is happening? Whoa! I'm not touching the keyboard. Whoa. What the hell? It's like sliding attacking. Huh. I wonder if... Can I do an else statement on while? Or can I just... What if I go here and I'm like... But no, we don't really... How do we stop his movement? I guess we just supply the motion of 0. cz.move vector 3.0. So that gives a vector that's a 0, 0, 0. Let's see that. Hopefully this happens only after this has run through and it should stop our character. Let's see. Some kind of progress has been made. Nope, I'm still sliding. But why? Why? Whee! the hell? What the hell? To stop a coroutine, do I just wait? Unity, how do I stop a coroutine? How do I make a coroutine stop itself? This is the stuff people coding Terminator should look up. Like, how do I make it stop itself? You can't. What? Yield break. What is yield break? Ooh, could we do it like, okay, so this is happening at all times, and then we go, wait, no. Does while have else? No, it doesn't. What I thought is this would just like run that, and if it's not that, then that would happen. I missed you, girl. Thank you for the G's. Also, hi again. Sorry. Hello again, and good night. I hope you get some wonderful sleep. Thank you for the cheese, partner. Hi, Rainbow. Oh no, the percent game percent doesn't still work. Dang it. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Rainbow. How's it going, everybody? Oh, yes, the shout out went through, though. I don't know why that game doesn't work. It's supposed to work. Anyway, hold on. I have a button for it to zoom up. Hi. What were you playing? I can't really see that with my command now, unfortunately. We were playing Fallout 4 with Sim Settlements 2. Ooh. What does that do? Does it make it more like The Sims? I'm not sure. Anyway, welcome. My name is Kumikizu. I'm a silly, shiny Sint Catboy. I play a variety of games. Lately, I've been on a Souls-like binge. But today, we're working and coding a game. I can show the game to you guys, but it's very much in a weird state. Currently, I'm reading where my mouse is, and if I click, it moves me, but it never stops it never stops moving me. So I can just keep clicking. I'm not touching the keyboard. I'm just sliding here. This is not intended. Help. Somebody. Help. Oh no, we ran out of help. Anyway, I'm trying to fix that. Also, don't worry about sticking around, Rainbow, if you have to raid and dash, if you need to get some food, drinks, sleep, all that good stuff. Please do. It's very important to take care of yourself. That's it. I really appreciate the raid. The moving low-key seems fun. It kind of feels fun if you could just tone it, like fine-tune it, I would say, you know? It needs some kind of like little bit of fixing. Because the more you keep clicking, the more speed you get, but it's really hard to change direction currently. That's super interesting though. Okay, let me shrink down. Wait. There we go. I'm here trying to figure out how to do this. I'm working with coroutines that I have no idea how they work. Super Meat Boy. It kind of works like that, huh? It actually kind of works like that, if I recall. I haven't played it myself, but I saw my brother play it. And it looked very slidey. Is that a word? Slidey? Very slidey. Let's do a test here to see. I'm gonna copy this, put it here, and we're just gonna say coroutine end. I'm assuming it's gonna play that, but let's see. Nope, no, it doesn't. It does not. Does this even? I don't think this works. So I think what we could do is while true. So now this happens infinitely. And these are grayed out because you can never reach these. And then inside here we would go if time is if time is smaller than our duration that we gave this, then this happens. Else we exit the entire statement. So we give it the 0 and the end statement there. Well, true. Yeah, the infinite loops. That's not gonna cause me any problems, right? And then I put this one here. I like the blocks. I know this is just one sentence, so I don't need the blocks here, but I like the blocks. That's like cheese. I like the blocks.
I'm back, baby.
Welcome back, Ketchup. Maybe that could work. Let me get that nasty space out of there. Let's see. Uh-oh. Huh. Wait, is there a... Wait, hold on. I know exactly what the issue is here. It's that. That was a minus. I was just making the time go lower and lower. Never higher. Thank you for the help, Ketchup. It works, but now I'm forever stuck. Wait, oh no. Uh-oh. The infinite loop may have crashed my entire... Yep. It don't have no, like... Wait, hold on. I created an infinite coroutine loop. Coroutine loop. And Unity has frozen. What do? Open Task Manager. Okay. Hi, Andric. How's it going? We're doing pretty good. I just crashed Unity. Close. Okay. Task manager. Something's using 96% of my memory, and it's Unity editor. All right. And task. Just finished playing some Smash Bros. On Switch too. Your mind is broken because playing Smash Bros with your bro sounds sus. Ayo. Yeah, that was using 96% memory. Thankfully, I have a 2 PC setup, so the stream was not affected. Do you want to copy and preserve those backups? Yeah, sure. I'm so powerful, I broke the entire code. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do it that way.
Totally don't want to play Smash Bros with Kumi.
You don't? I don't own a Switch though, unfortunately. Very unfortunate. So if we just do that. Time. Wait a minute. No, that is fine what I did. The only thing I'm missing is yield return null has to happen. So we put that in the bottom and remove that entirely. And we're going to put this in here. Also, this one needs a yield yield break. I think that was the one that stopped the entire thingy. And I don't need this else statement, but we have to change the logic here. So if time is greater or equal to duration, then we reach the end of the coroutine. We zero our movement and we do yield break, which hopefully exits the whole thingy. Thank you for the blanket. Oof. Well, thank you for the pets, Andric. Let's see. So while true, we're gonna move our direction each. It's gonna be a constant motion and not like a. You blame the while true statement. I don't know if that's a good practice. Wait a minute. What if I used for? What if I use a for statement and make that just use the duration? Would that work? Well, true and then for. Yeah, because what if I use a for statement and at the end of the for statement I force it to end? Because I think the yield break ends it, right? I'm pretty sure. Or should I just put it here, like, while... I mean, that didn't work last time, but I kind of like this one because it was while time is that. Wait, while time is. What is happening? What is happening? Well, time is less than duration, right? Then we move forward and we minus time. And we wait for the next frame. That's simple, right? Why didn't this work last time? If time gets to duration, the game ends. Yes. Or the attack, I would say. This is just like to move us a certain distance when we attack. I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it. Or do I have to... Wait, does the game still end here? How do I exit this loop? Hit collider's object? Yeah, so we're at the bottom here. I'm doing an attack. I check if I clicked attack. Then I do a screen pointer ray. I find out where the mouse was. And then I do a physics ray cast on the ground layer. That gives me the direction. And then I zero out the Y. And then I start a coroutine that moves me. But I need the coroutine to stop itself. Does that make sense? Line by line. What is that called? I think I know what you're talking about, but I forgot what that's called. Unity, running code line by line. Wait, debug log? Oh, in the editor you can do breakpoint? On the left side there's a gray bar. I want to click it and it's going to be a red ball. Gray bar. Oh. Breakpoint. Click to the left of the 27th line. 27. Whoa. And how does that work? Attached to Unity. Is it attached to Unity? Start without debugging. How do I run the compiler? I'm very new to this. Attached to Unity. Cast the magic spell. Run the program. Oh. Ready. You're trying to attach to the debugger, but debug mode is switched off. Well, let's try without. It froze up. it never reaches that line. But why? But why? But why? Exactly, Artie. But why? Hold on. Taskmaster. Save me, Taskmaster. Summon Alex Horn. End task. Give the line confidence, morale boosted. My goodness, I don't know how to use these enumerators. Good luck, Rainbow. Good luck on the raid. Brown. There's a breakpoint and a line you know works. I'll try that. I want to see how that works. I'll comment this out now because I know it doesn't really work. But let's try commenting that when we zero the Y. Yeah, I want to see what happens. It's red now. Wait, hold on. Do I have to move this to the other screen? I'll be honest. I don't see anything different. Am I supposed to be looking at something? Maybe I needed to enable the debugging. Attached to Unity. Enable debugging for this session. Oh, okay. Reloading domain. Hold on. Sure. It stopped. Oh, is that like where it ran? And then there's continue. Ooh. Click. And then it just brings me up to wherever it ended. Let's see if that is easier with double monitors though. Continue. Yeah, that's easier with double monitors. But, you know, that's a really, oh my God, that's an easy way to get like stop debugging. Thank you so much, Rainbow. Like, I kind of like knew that there was something like this here, but I've never used it myself. That is very useful for debugging. You just see the exact line that I marked. Wonder if I can mark multiple. I can. Oh. Very useful. Okay, so it's never reached that one there. Let's see how some people run coroutines. I don't know why that hitches. Oh, for the other code, you're right. Let's see. It's still running. I don't know if that matters. Wait, no, it does, because I have to save and compile this. I kind of forgot it was running. Okay, it reached that. Continue. Press space. Space is doing nothing. There's continue here. I tried clicking, but... Oh. Huh? Now it's working? I just had to click it a whole bunch of times? Also, space just does that for me for some reason. Why does the whole thingy stop after that? Yeah, to set multiple. Oh, I could use F10 and F11. Step over, step into. F10. I can try that. Canvas pre will render canvases. But you can tell it is an infinite loop. But how? Time eventually, like, doesn't this just make it run the next frame. Or does it? Does this not get run? I thought this one stays the same. Even with this one? Like time is being, like this one, if this gets run every frame, then time should go higher. And time eventually would be higher than duration. I give it 1 second over here. And it should exit this whole loop after that. I wish I knew more about these. I guess this is why I don't really use coroutines, because I don't know how to use them. Because I don't really see what the problem here is. Because it should just like end itself, right? Some of these examples do it the exact same way. 25 line, that one. Let's see how that would go. The goblin disappeared. So if I click it, it runs it once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 times. Which makes sense. But why does it make me freeze? Or does it even make me freeze anymore? Oh, I don't. That's the enemy one. Shit. That shouldn't happen. How do I know, ignore this. Ignore it. Fucking co-pilot. No, thank you. Thank you. Stop. So next statement. Step over, step over, step over, step over, step over. Step out. Step into. Fuck. Stop debugging. Thank you for creating all of those errors, little goblin. Rip goblin. What's the programming today? Now it just works. Why did it hit me earlier? Look at that. It's still it's picking up speed. It looks like it's creating multiple statements. Why does it just suddenly work? I like how it like slowly comes to a stop. Oh, it comes slowly to a stop because I have multiple of these on, so they like drop one by one. Like that. I have another problem where I would have to somehow check if a coroutine is already on. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I could just cache it pretty much. So I could go here. I could create a private coroutine attack lock coroutine. And then instead of just running it here, I would assign it here. Attack lock coroutine equals start coroutine. Right. And then This is the point where I have some trouble because we would have to see which state we are in. We would actually have to see which state we are in so we can determine which attack goes through. Because we would only call this at the beginning of each. Wait, hold on. Let's try something. I suddenly remembered something my brother mentioned to me. I think he said you can turn this into a code somehow. But how? Well, Google will help me. Unity. How to turn an animator node in animator's state into code. Maybe, wait, none of these look in. Or maybe I need to be like Unity animator state machine as code. The simple version is, from the looks of it, what I did with or suggest this, which is a switch case. Huh. that's not a bad idea. I could do... Well, let's make a new function. We would make a private... Maybe private. This would be change state. And this would take a type of... Wait, no. The reason this doesn't work yet is because I would have to make an enum of the states. Let's make them public too. Why not? You might just need these later. So public enum, we're going to call these player states. I think that's a good one. Was it brackets for this? I think so.
Kumikuti, kumikuti, kumi is cootie. Holy shit. Kumi is cootie and cute and cuter than cootie. But honestly, Coomer is cooters than cooter.
Thank you, Phobos. Cootie. I'm cootie. I'm cootie. Thank you. Okay. Let me see what kind of states we had here. Idle, run, attack one, hold, and repeat. Attack. Oh shit. Let's use underscores here. Attack one, hold, attack two, hold, attack three, hold. Coomers. Yeah. My community is cursed in being either called the Coomers or the Kissers. Apparently, my suggestion of Coomer Kissers was immediately shut down. I don't understand why. Makes no sense. Anyway, this takes a player state. Player state. Should I make it? I'll make it singular. Player state. This takes a player state. New state. Right. And we should probably make a current state too. Coroutine. Let's put it under here. Private or public. No, let's make it private. We can make a getter for it later if we need it. Player state. And let's call it current state. So that's our current state. I think in maybe awake, we could set it as current state equals player state idle. So we get some kind of state. Although I think it defaults to that anyway, so whatever. We would go current state equals new state. And what I'm seeing is I should go animator.play new state to string. Does that wait? Oh, wait, that's smart. Yeah. So I would go animator.play It doesn't say what it does, but place is state. The state hash name, if state name hash is 0, it changes the current state time. Play the state name. There's also layers and whatnot. String state name. That's the second one we need. So we would use new state dot to string. So whatever new state we give this, it's going to change the animator to be that state. Easy so far. I think this might mean we need to do something like with the enemy grunt with it, where all of the updates happen. So it's like an idle update that happens. How did we handle this one? The fixed update? No. Wake? No. Maybe it's the parent. Let's see, enemy controller. State update. State update, and it checks all of these. Yes, that's what we want, pretty much. If we want custom stuff. Okay, let's put that under fixed update. Private void. Let's call it the same thing. State update, because it's the update for any given state. And then we, over here, we do a switch. Oh, it needs brackets because we need to see what we're checking with. And it's the current state. If current state is, oh shit, it needs a block. Case 0, or should I say case. No, that should work, but did we use that here? No, we did case state dot. Okay, let's use that same one. Case would be player state dot idle, and then this would be the function idle, and then we go break, and then I just copy that for run, for attack hold 2 2 3 3. There must be a faster way to do this, but whatever. I can just leave these empty though. I don't need that comment. It's highlighting all of these. I don't know if there's a fast way to delete them then. Bam. This would be attack 1. Attack 1 hold. Attack 2. Attack 2 hold. And 3 hold. And this gets run inside. Let's go regular update. State update. Now this gets run once every frame, which means every frame it's going to check what state we are in, and it should run the corresponding thing, which we do not have set yet. Sphere check. Maybe the state stuff should be, let's put this above it instead. That's the change state. I can leave that at the bottom because these are like other stuff. That works. And then over here we can start implementing different states. These would be private, void, yeah, we can just make different states as their own functions. This would be idle state. Is that gonna be confusing naming wise? No, that's fine. And to make it more clean, let's do it like that. And we copy that. Actually, I'm just going to name it state. Run, attack, 2, 2, 3, 3. Because now I can go over here and I can be like, hey, all of you are going to be like attack. And then 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. That's going to look super confusing. Maybe I put underscores there. That's a dash. Not the best way, but hey, if it works. And then I will just copy this to be run in the idle. This would run, it needs that. And this would run in the run. This would run in here. Maybe it's faster to type it. Let's see. Attack 1, hold state. Attack 2 state. Hey, it knows what I want now. Bam. Now instead of checking for this whole like if current state is this or that, we can just put this entire, I know this is going to be reused, but we can put this entire code from fixed update. We are changing it from fixed update, but maybe that's fine. I just cut that out. Paste it there. That's the idle state. And that's the run state. We can change that later if we need like different movement speeds and different behavior though. But yeah, what we need, since this is now in a regular update, we can't use fixed time.delta time, but rather regular. And I think that's the only fix we have to do. Because we're using time.time here for my weird little pulse. Wait a minute, that's where I do the sword pulse. No, I don't even want this here. I forgot I did that. that's going to be at the bottom of regular update. And remove that. I feel like the direction has to also change. Like, I noticed when I was swinging, the character didn't really look at the direction of the swing. And then I have to fix this one to be a regular delta as well. Okay. I think now we would have to check. Maybe could we just copy this from the enemy controller? Exit condition. What the? Hi, thank you. I'm a little gremlin now. But that's how we did it. Okay. So at the end of this statement here, we would go if find the attack. If attack was pressed this frame, this very frame, so attack was pressed in idle state, which allows it, then we would I'll comment this so I can keep track better. Check if you can transition into attack. That's for later. So thank you for the blanket. Did that work for the gremlin? Sorry, I missed that. I think it should work for both, maybe? No, I think my code is still weird for that. I transition into attack. My pronouns are hits. Thank you, partner. I saw one meme that says my pronouns are https / www, and that was pretty funny, I think. That was pretty funny because they have the dashes there. It fits. They dims the brakes. Thank you for the hat, Pat. Wait a minute, why do I have the Bloodborne hat? Oh, I forgot to. Okay, well, that's fine. I have no means to remove it at the moment, but that's fine. So we check if we can transition. We assume we can. So what happens next? I made a state. Oh my god, we already made the stuff for this. It's change state. So we go change state into state. Wait, no. Player state dot attack 1. Yes. And if Do I even need the hold? Well, technically. Because currently I have it so that the hold is a different one here. And this is now automatically transitioning into it. But if I'm like manually moving these thingies forward, I wonder if this isn't needed. Let's try removing that. So now there's no way we can get into attack 1 except through code. And this whole thingy, I'm like, bam, comment that. Oh, because we're setting the trigger here, actually. Yeah. Okay. So that should work. Invalid layer index -1. What? The what? The what? Invalid place string. But attack space 1. Oh my god, it doesn't accept spaces. Okay, Rainbow, thank you for the lark. Also, thank you for the raid again. I really appreciate it. I wish I could raid you. I have to find the time when you're live. Maybe we just name these attack. Wait, we could fix this easy. We just go attack 1 _ 1. And then attack _ 1 _ hold. Let's see if that works. Let me click on player night. Okay, it worked once. Now my character don't move. What gives? Oh, because it's automatically transitioning the... Okay, I see. Okay, I see. It's not the state that we see in there, but it's the state that we are inside of us. That is the state we are in. Yes. So it's this attack 1 state. Let me just break these open like little Kinder eggs. All that sweet chocolate floating over everywhere. I wonder if making a different script that has the states in them would be better, but whatever. We'll just do this for now. I think separating them would have been a little neater, if anything, but this works. Some people even make like each state be their own script. I think, from what I've seen. So run can, so this works. Okay, that's good to know. So both of those states can transition into that. I can close them down. Fists are busted. In Wulong, you had human boss enemies stun locked for over 20 seconds and then destroyed him with a full bar of spirit gauge and then 3 different martial arts skills. I think I heard about that. I think because the fists are like added later and they completely broke the balance, I think. That's what I hear at least. That's what I keep hearing. We could sort of copy this one here for the general idea. I don't like using while statements anymore, though. So this is going to be an if one. I'm gonna do I'm just gonna do a float state duration and assign it myself here because we don't have a system behind it yet. As long as time is less than state duration. No, that's gonna wait, that doesn't work. It's gonna keep creating, it's gonna create those each frame. Let's go up here. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna put it here so we can keep the states a little separated. And then I'm gonna make a private float current state time. And just a private float current state duration. Time and duration. I mean, those. Duration inside. Wait, time makes more sense because current state time, that's like how. Current state time, current state duration inside. Current state time. What if we go current state time max? That's kind of easy, right? They're both time and you know one of them is the max. Or current state time end. You know, that's the end time. The end times. So if current state time is smaller than current state time end, I don't need these two anymore. Then we do whatever we do here. Is there anything else we need to do with the change state? No, it's just that. Yeah, I think the fists were super broken when they got introduced in Wulong. From what I remember. cannot be an iterator block because void is not an iterator interface type. Okay. Oh, it's because of this. Right. Anyway. And we keep after each frame, after each, we go current state time plus time dot tilde time at the end. I wonder if we could do it so that we would still use these, right? I'm gonna change this name here, time end to current state duration. I know they're both times, but I think duration makes sense because that's the one we're gonna give any. It's kind of like this, where it's direction, distance, and duration. Fists also have a 142.8% ease of deflecting compared to your sword that is at 98. Ease of deflecting? Does that reduce like stamina consumption on block? I think even in Neo, fists are one of the best blocking weapons. So if you want to go parry block, fists might be it. Which I'm actually kind of leaning toward whenever the game comes out. Oh, the parry window specifically. Okay. Oh, that's how that worked in Wulong. Okay. Let's put these here too, so we can go private float. Current attack. Direction, so we can cache it. Private float current attack distance. And duration is just going to be the state duration. And just like that, we don't need this anymore. And over here, we don't need just to create click if we want. Sphere check. Trigger attack, we don't want that anymore, just a coroutine. Debug. Ooh, that part I still want, so let's uncomment this. Nope. And we're gonna just get this part out of here with Control X. We can remove that. And that I'll just comment for now because we don't need that just yet. Do you understand it looks like the bigger window to parry? It's spirit consumption? Okay. And the spirit is your stamina basically, right? If I recall. Yeah. I think that was your stamina. Ooh, an idea for the raid thingy that didn't get, like my automated raid thingy that didn't get the game right. Maybe I could use wait, hold on. Last category on channel. I can try that later when I try fixing it more. Basically stamina. Okay. more or less stamina. So since we're mostly on this screen now, let me move this back up. Boing. So we need to somehow... I saw that coming because you gave me glasses. Thank you for the health check. I appreciate you guys looking after me. Yeah. I am pretty confident we can finish Bloodborne next week, by the way, because we did some pretty good work last time. Yeah. Let me look at the calendar quick. I know I said we might have a community hangout next week, but I think Neo 3 launches on Thursday. Damn it. Well, maybe we could use a different day for it. I don't know. I have to see about next week. I can still do 4 streams. I can do 3 streams plus the one on Mallow's channel. I think we still scheduled that one for next week. So 3 plus the Mallow 4 Swords Adventure stream. Yeah, it also depends how much of the game is left. That's true. Could be a lot, could be a little. I don't know how long the DLC is for Bloodborne. So I'm thinking we would have to... How do we start at something and then slow down as we reach toward it? Is that's in Unity, well, maybe I should say C#. Well, whatever. In Unity, how do I... Wait a minute, that's the... It's some kind of math. Let's see. Math f dot clamp? No, that's between 2 values. Is that lerp? Linearly interpolates between A and B by... It might be this? What is lerp? That's spherical. And that's also not under this. I'm thinking what we want to do, right? Or is it? When we enter a state, we have to give, especially the attack states, we have to give... You have to give the attack states a timer. So we would go... I think we need some kind of safety here. So let's go if... Where does that 9 keep appearing from? current state distance is less than 0. That's like a safety thingy there. Or maybe we go if it's higher than 0. Yeah. So if our distance is, we're not at our target, so distance is higher, then, I mean, distance is just a number that we assign, but yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to assign it something, and then we're just going to keep dropping it over time. But it's not something dynamic, so... I know we need this one eventually. We would move to the state, current state direction dot normalized. I'm thinking you cannot on the fly change your direction. Like if you're hovering over to the top left and click, that's like the locked direction. So we won't be checking the mouse position here again. It's just going to be that. What type is that? That's a float. No, direction has to be a vector 3. There we go, that normalized. And we're gonna move to there. Distance is gonna be now let's make it up. Yeah, it's gonna be current state distance. But before that, I'm gonna make a let's just make it like float distance distance and that's gonna be math f.lerp. It's gonna be point A is gonna be wait, do we even need this? Because if there's a wall or anything, that this is gonna break it. So rather than this, I would just reduce the distance as we go further. I wonder if I could say instead of this, we move there, and after we move, we're gonna assign it again. Current state attack distance equals math f.lerp, and we're gonna A value is gonna be itself, current attack distance. B value is gonna be 0. And we're gonna go reduce the distance by 0.5, so half it each time. It's never gonna read 0 that way, but that's fine. This is just a safety check in case we never assigned it 0. And then we don't need this one here, we don't need that one here. And then we need an else statement. So if current state time is smaller than current state duration, so we don't have any time left in the state, then we go change state No, that's not it. Change state to player state dot attack one hold. But also when we change to these, that's when we would have to give them times. And whenever we change to attack state here, or before we do that, I think we would have to go current state. I guess if I had these written up, we could just get that up though. It would have to be some kind of library. Or whatever those are called, the dictionaries. Where the dictionary would hold at the state enum and the times for each state enum. Let's just do it manually here for now. Current state. We don't touch time. Actually, no, that's also something that has to reset. Ooh, we can do that in change state. The current state is going to be new state. Our current state time is going to be 0. So that gets reset every time. Oh my god, the dictionary would work so well here. Wait, hold on. Unity, how do I make a dictionary? That's one example. Okay, so let's try making it here. I would go, is it just capital dictionary? We use this, we can type the T key and the value. And the T key is just gonna be, oh, can I just use player state as the key? And the value returned, can they return multiple values? Oh, they can only return one thing, but they could return a struct. Or I could make a double dictionary. Let's try that. Let's make a struct. So let's go make a new C# script. See, let's call these. What do we call these? Attack data? Attack. Yeah, let's call it that. Attack data. Attack data. Now, I think this has to be a... Oh my goodness, what is that sign? Serialize... how do I type that? Serializable. So it's serializable. Wait, does it have to be... No, I'm using system, so it doesn't have to be system dot. Public class. I don't think this can be mono behavior because we're going to use it as a data container. And then it doesn't have the access to those because they were in the mono behavior. But we would just have all the stuff we need here. So in our case, we would need a vector 3 that is let's make them public too. I don't know if they default to public or private. I forgot, but maybe they default to private. This is going to be attack. This is going to be direction. We're going to have a, yeah, we're going to have a float, but that's going to be duration. Oh God. And then we're going to have distance. Hey, let's try with that. Now we go here. And it's going to return a, what did we call it? Attack data. That's going to be the key. And the way how this works is next we need a name for it. That's how that works. What do people usually call these? Library? Attack. Well, let's use it's. Let's make it a private dictionary. It's so let's use the same naming convention. Attack lib library. Let's just use lib. And we might have to. Yeah, we have to construct it here. Or set or whatever. Initialize it. I was only running the Finnish name on my brain. Thank you, brain. So now we have that. And we needed that for current attack distance. Can I like just populate that with something on the get-go? Yeah, instead of doing that. No, I make the new dictionary. It has the key and that. But then I just actually construct it with these. Well, put the black brackets in like that. And then I would just have the state player state dot idle. There's no argument given to corresponding to the record permanent value. Oh, I don't have value. That would be... Can I just go new? Attack data. And name it attack... I think attack data doesn't work actually. We might have to name this to state data. State data. I'm also gonna go in here. Right click, go in Explorer. Oh wait, it changed that too. Oh. Okay. Changed it everywhere now. So new state data, and we would call this capital maybe, idle state data. Do I have to, I think I have to, do I need construct, how do I do this? Value. Maybe this needs the corresponding those. The class doesn't have a constructor though, but let's see. Vector 3, then it would need float, float. Direction. Vector 3. Oh god. Does this even work? Now this doesn't need a name, right? The non-generic type state data cannot be used with type arguments. Oh. I could add them at the start. I could do that. They're not hard-coded that way, but whatever. The way you add them is attack lib.add. And this one would need current player state.idle. And the key would be, how do I make a new I'll make a new one where I actually like set the values constructed at the same time. New state data. Data. Does it even need a name? New expression requires an argument list or what's your type? Okay, so that would need those. No, that would make it an array, so that would need brackets. Or how do you construct a struct? So my brain is so fried now. Right over here we have our wait, is my issue that it's a class? What's the difference? Oh my god, no! Postpone your update. What's the difference between a struct and a class? Struct is for very tiny data packets. Class is for complicated logic. think we just need a struct. Yeah, we just need a struct. And we have our thingies here, and I think at the bottom, we need to make a constructor, which is a public state data. And this just takes the arguments. So it takes a vector 3 for direction. It takes a float for duration and a distance and a float for distance. And then this one needs a block. Must be fully assigned before control is returned to the caller. Okay, so now we just go. Do those need to be public? They can be public, yeah. Direction. Oh god, yeah, we have an issue here. There's the same name. This dot direction equals direction. This duration is duration. This distance is distance. Okay, confusing, but yes. And then over here, I wonder if I could set them here now. That they would just need a that. And I would give them a vector 3.0 for now. I'm assuming a comma there and then a next one. There's no argument parameter value. Okay, so we need duration. This can be 0 and distance can be 0 because we don't need those. There's no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter value. What do you mean? That's right. Oh, because it's a... Wait, how do I do that? That's a comma. Oh, do they need like... Wait, what? What? Watching you code is like watching a Minecraft villager speak his silly little spells. Me coding is not... You don't try to learn from me, you know? I'm not the best person to learn this from, as you can see. You had such a cheesy, meaty, tomato-filled sandwich. I'm jealous. I don't have any tomatoes. What if I air fry a tomato? Do you think it would come out crispy? Food for thought. So I literally have that, and there's a block. Oh, but the block itself needs more blocks. Is that it? Oh ho ho, Kumi, you smarty pants. There we go. And then we would follow this with a comma. Yes, this is horrible. This is actually horrible. Attack. One. Wait, no. I made too many. I made too many. Remove that comma. And then we're going to have underscore hold. Underscore hold. Okay, can I make these all like stop at the same line? Just for my brain. Thank you. That looks better. I clapped my hands kind of loud. They're gonna have a starting direction of 0. Shoot. I don't think we even need a direction. Because the direction is something that changes. Teehee. There you go. And we're gonna be went with a whole bunch of issues we can fix by doing this. Now all we need is duration and distance. So attack one's distance. Let's say all of these are for now. Well, the hold doesn't need a distance, does that? It's going to be really hard reading that, I'll be honest. Crispy and probably delicious. For the tomato, I can see that already. For the duration, let's start with 1 for each of them, and we can go from there. Idle and run don't need times because they're infinite. We're not even going to check that. So now that we have that set, we go back to change state. And the state time is going to be reset to 0. And our current state duration is going to be, what did we call the library? Lib. No, that's now, it should be called a state lib. Now, state lib dot try get value. We need this, the state, so that's going to be the new state, and we need to out the how do I get that duration? The steak starts to get crispy, and you can't do that by only having a tomato. You would need to cover it in flour. Maybe? I think so. But I don't know. Isn't that for like deep frying with oil and stuff? Would that work for air frying? Or maybe. I feel like the oil is the thing that does the crispiness, like the crisp surface. Maybe. Floury tomato sounds delicious though. You bite into it and you puff the flour like that, cinnamon, spoon challenge when you summon the ancient Tutankhamun. Curse of the Pharaoh when they coughed that cinnamon out. Just throw eggs in the microwave and see which explodes first. That seems fun. You don't make eggs like little holes in their booties so they don't explode. State data dot shoot. How do I access that? So it returns wait, what? Wait, hold on. Value dot to rate. Shoot. How do I access that? State data dot. No. Do I need brackets because it's a struct? Dot. No. One. F. Oh, out. Out. Distance. State data dot. Shit. State data dot help. Hold on. How do I get what? How do I maybe that. No holes. No holes. It needs brackets. So I would do that and then It's supposed to work. What's the problem here, dude? Does it need the... What's the problem? Can it convert type bool to float? Oh, because of the try get value. But how do I get the specific one out? What if I just do that? Attack clip. Can it be used like a method? No, attack. I mean state lib, sorry. State lib. Convert. There's so many keys. This. Values. Help. Ooh, do we just add, what if we had the key here first? And oh my god. And this would be new state dot maybe like this. Oh. Man, it's complicated. And then current state distance would be state lib and the new state's distance. Have I spoken Finnish by any chance in the recent times here? Because my brain wants to say Finnish words now for some reason. That's what happens when I go into autopilot. Okay, we don't even need to fix the update anymore. So that should handle that. We don't have to set that. Now we click attack, we go into attack. We just check the times. And the distance if that's 0. And then we halve it. But if the time goes out, we go into hold. And hold should just, can I just copy like this base form here? Current state, duration. It's just gonna stay here on this loop until else. I guess we didn't click again, so this would go back into idle. Let's test. Oh, we have an issue here. We have to remove that transition, that automatic transition. So now they would just be states there. No arrows, no connections. Boom, boom, boom. So is it like about 1 second? 1, 2. I should be like 0, 1. Yeah, that's 1. Yeah, it's about 1 second for both. That's ample time to hit again. That works. Now we have more control over this. Now let's copy that to all of these. The hold state go back to idle. But the regular ones go back to hold. we go. Ooh, this works well. So we can, in here, we can check this again. Very smart. In here, we can go. We would need some kind of trigger now. RD Henry, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Kumi channel. Welcome, welcome. I think we want... What the hell is this? Sadercraft internal? Get away from here. Visual scripting. Why are these here? Get out of here. We don't need those systems. I hope. Anyway. We need. We certainly need. I'm 100% sure we need. But I lost my train of thought on what? Wait, attack. Right, checking the attacks. We need to create some sort of a trigger. So I guess we just make a boolean up here. Private bool attack trigger. Let's call it attack trigger. So if you attack, it should turn true. And it should stay true. What if you click it again there? That shouldn't matter. It should stay true until the state 1 here. Attack 1 state finishes. Because this has to play the animation fully. Do we even need a trigger? Not necessarily. Trigger would be outside the input system, but let's see. So we would go here. So when the time runs out, we're going to do if attack was pressed. Wait a minute, we can't do that because that would be this frame. We actually do need that, okay. So I suppose input check should happen in, where's our update? There, input check should happen before the state update. So was it pressed? If it was, we make attack trigger true. In case you press it twice, then it just stays true regardless. Which is fine. I think assigning it over and over is not a problem because it's a click, so it doesn't happen that many times anyway. But attack trigger is true. And it's gonna stay true until something happens in the state update. Let's go in order. We're in idle state. Instead of this, first we do the movement stuff. No, we would start with that. Maybe. In the enemy state machine, or one we made, was at the bottom of the script or the block that where we change the state in. But no, I think this is more important. So this is going to cancel that. So we would go if, again, a 9. If attack trigger, I could type is true, but that is enough. If it's true, then change state to player state dot attack 1. We go into attack 1. But before that, I think we do indeed set it false. Because it's a trigger. We read that trigger. Now if you want to attack again, you have to read it again. That got turned off. Let's add that to the run state as well. Okay. And then in here, we check for the current time. This is the one that right, this is the one that has to play through regardless. But in the end here, this has to play until the time goes down because that's the one that moves us. But after the time state time is down, then we check if the trigger was pressed because we always trigger that before. If it was pressed, we have to do an else here. If it was pressed, then we go into attack 2. If it wasn't pressed, then we go into hold. We don't have to set it to false either, I think, because it's already false. And then this one we can just copy to attack 2 over here. Wait. Right here. I think we need this whole section here too. Yeah, we just have the current time. Let's we don't need the hold states right now, so let's shrink those so it's easier to see. There you go. Now that's gonna move us the same way as the other state. And same with the 3 here. Right. Now we just need to fix that bottom part. So attack 2 goes into attack 3 if we attacked, or attack 2 hold if not. And attack 3 goes if we clicked attack. I suppose it would go back to attack 1. Otherwise it's going to attack 3 hold. Now we have those. Next we're gonna open the hold states. The hold states are more simple. I think they just check for the... Wait, no. This is different because... No, this, yeah, it's kind of simple. So if the time ends, we just go back to idle. But if we have time, then we check if the player attacked. And it's gonna go to number 2 like that. Hi Digi! How goes game programming? Game programming goes pretty well. Mostly. It's a little different this time. I've been a little lost today. And number 3 just doesn't have... Wait. No, it does have that. It just goes back to 1. Ooh, okay. Let's see if this works. How are you doing, Digi? Okay, walking move. Huh. Invalid layer index 0. Oh, wait. Our problem is I didn't finish renaming all of these. I gotta rename these. With underscores. Bam. Save. Play. Your world has been a cold day. It really has. It was so cold when I went outside. I was freezing. What? Oh wait, hold on. I have to remove all of these automatic transitions now. Okay. Now, click. It does that. Click. Hold. Away. Click. Click, click. It goes into attack. And then attack. At the end, we cuddle to keep warm. Maximum warmthiness. Is that a word? Max warm. I feel like they already had pretty good timing, so is there a way I could sort of like bypass that? Like as soon as the animation is finished? Animator dot current. Hold on. If finished playing an animation. Normalize time. Is it something like that? Okay. So get current animator state info. layer index. Probably 0 because I only have that one. Normalize, unless that means the current layer or the state. It returns a float. I would need some kind of if statement for that. Layer index. What if I go current state to string? No, because it needs a... To... Explicit operator int. Predefined. No, that's not it. Layer index. Wait, current state. No. I think it's 0 because it's... Yeah. I think that's it. And then we would check. So we would check if this time is greater than equal to 1.0, so it's done. If the current animation state is done, then but wait, that means the state wouldn't even need times. But wait a minute, that would mean none of the things I just did would be needed. It's really fun finding stuff out this way. So attack one state, right? We check for the whole duration of the frame animation clip, whatever. Then I guess if we want that longer, we could like plus to it, like if something needs to play slower or something. I don't know. So if that means we have to transition out of this. So I think instead of using this whole current state time, for this one we would just use animator get current animator state info if the animation state clip has played. Normalized time. Current state time. We just need more direction, I guess, or distance if we want that. We don't need this. We keep moving our player, else if we had triggered our attack, then we change the state. Is it like that? We trigger it to false and then we go there. Well. Let's open all of these. This has become really good at... Well, I was going to say not repeating code, but I'm repeating code here. But, you know. Now the state 2s also need... Oh wait, not the 2s. The holds need this too. So I need to copy that. So if their normalized time... this one might have a different timing. Speed 0.2. Wait, does that even work anymore? Because that was for transitions. Let's see what happens if I just try it with this and do one single attack. Well, yes, go figure. Thank you for the help, Chick Ketchup. This is horrible. This is absolutely horrible. How do I revert back? I need this current state time. I was too hasty. What the hell? Don't suggest me that. How dare you? All that finding out for nothing. Bum. Bum. Now I need the time reduction back. And that would be in here. That's right there. And right there. So 1, 2 plus. This one needs it. And we're back to beginning. So what I need to do is just find a timing for that animation. Is that 1 second for the attack now? I feel like it's half a second. Attack 1 duration 0.5. 0.5. 0.5. Not quite. Is the animation a little slower? 1, 1, 1. No, I think that's fine. Let's also make the hold state 0.5. And let's see how that looks. Ooh, he kind of like just stops, right? He doesn't pull the sword back. I guess that could also be a animation where you pull it back. Let's see without that. How does, like, if we can't pay attention to that? Oh, never mind. That's impossible. There we go. Now we can't see it. Swing, 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 swing. It locks you in place for quite a long time. I think that's still too long. Although, one thing that comes to my mind now is, do we necessarily even need the hold state anymore? Because we're not using that trick. We could just stay in the attack state until you can go anywhere from that. Oh shoot, we don't even need them anymore. I say, and I have to rewrite this entire thing if we do end up needing it. Well, state duration if attack, and that's for moving forward. And then we got, although we don't have any direction yet, if the state time goes down in the attack, we would have to change it to be kind of like the attack 1, where we only, so if the attack trigger is true, we check that at the beginning of this. Wait, no. That's the forced. That's the forced time, you know, like when you can't push it yet. We could trigger it on. The attack trigger could go on as soon as you click, but it would have to play a certain length of the duration. And how would we figure that out? We would have to have attack frames, like frames duration. Then we would have to have, that's like the animation duration. No, we would have to have frames separate. We would have to need the attack duration, frames duration, and then I guess the whole state duration. My goodness, this is getting so complex. What's the issue with this style though? I think we might just keep this, because this already handles part of our issue. This handles the fact that we don't have to make a separate thingy for the, maybe it's 4, because it's like 4 frames. Try 0.4 for all of these. I know it's float, but you know, I don't know. Did we have another issue? Nope. It's now this, like I keep moving, so it's now this. That also affects the speed at which we can attack. Let's look at this again. Okay, the bar doesn't fully represent that anymore. What if that's 1?
Listen, this shiny boy needs a huge, and I mean huge, hand of applause. He is so sweet, so neat, such a treat. And Kumi will never retreat. He will never back down and never go down. 'Cause he wears the crown and he is just our favorite cat boy with now bounds.
Now bounds. Thank you, Femboys. Appreciate it. I'm just a silly cat boy. Here to do silly things, like making that meter go for some reason. 0.4. Let's play it twice. 0.2. Why is it not even finishing it? 0.3. I don't understand. Is it because it's looping it? Maybe. Wait, hold on. There might be a solution to this. We set this one to 1 as well. But then we had where did I put it? Animations. Material pre-Z script attack sprite. Oh. The hold lasts for 1 frame. I'm kind of in the way here. Can I make it so that it doesn't loop it? It has loop time. I wonder if I can just show in Explorer. Does this have a loop? Repeat 1. Repeat 1. Repeat 1. To all the hold attacks, repeat 1. Like that. Can't make the slash 1 frame. Damn it. I think if I save this, it should be reflected. Holds no longer have loop. Let's see if that actually works. Look at that. It goes boink, boink, boink. What if you are at speed 0.1? Okay. Now the neat thing is I can keep all of these at speed 1. And there's one extra thingy here I don't need. It does look a little weird because you can see it kind of like boing, 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 boing. Oh boy. It does look weird. I wish it was instant here, but I guess because it's still one frame, you know. Thank you, Vobos. Thank you for your words of encouragement. I suppose. Ooh, you know what? Maybe. Where's the. Where do we use the. How many times do we use this one? For that current attack direction. Well, what we could do just to get this up and running is we could go here into update. And right before this, we could do this on a comment. So first we do the raycast on our mouse. If it hits something, then we get our attack. We get not our attack direction, but rather our mouse direction. And then we go mouse direction Y is 0. So now we have a direction. I suppose we just use that.
You know, sometime a boy isn't such a boy. Sometime a boy is such a cutie motherfucker that he makes a straight guy think, maybe just maybe. That'll be good too.
Bye. Thank you. Oh, I see how it is. I'm being betrayed. In the highest of degrees. Level 2. Betrayal. Don't even ask about level 1. That's tying my shoelaces. Right. The kind hand suits the cheese conqueror. That sounds like a Dark Souls boss, the cheese of the conqueror. Or like a powerful attack. Like a JoJo attack. The way you fuck up those bosses. Yeah. Putting in the... Hold on. Put the cheese of the conqueror in the game. Now we remember. A joke and laugh. I'm a beast. I'm a beast. I'm an aminal. Forgets the code. We're gonna come back here like 2 months later, and we're gonna be like, "What the hell is it? Cheese of the Conqueror?" That's gonna be great. I think we can just use this. So our current attack direction is just mouse there. Let's see if that works. So we can come back and play Mentado. No, it's probably my fault at that point. Wait, what is happening? Pop, 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 pop. I am moving, but very slowly. Wait, hold on. I don't need Aseprite anymore. I can close that. We need more distance, honestly. 10 times the distance. Thank you for the health check again. Good job. More sips. How about now? There's something weird going on with my character, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Look at that. Choo, 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 choo. Boom, 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 boom. How is our code working? We need 100 times the distance. Surely. Yo! Boink, 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 boink. What the hell? Chum, chum, chum. Be too fast. Oh shit, I unclicked out of the game. Chum, chum. That's cool. But something's wrong. Our movement is somehow fricked up.
There are 2 cats inside Kumi. One really likes pizza. And the other is a little gremlin man and likes to cause mischief.
What? Those are my only 2 options? What? Surely I have more. Like a little wolf that goes honk shimmy me 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 me. Or honk shoo. I need my 2 wolves. We don't need this one. How does the move? The move moves by moving. Move direction dot normalized. Is it because? Huh. Why is it jaggy? You know, we never ran. If move input at magnitude is greater than that, then we go into run. Otherwise, we set the bool to false. Hold on. No, it's already fading. Never mind. Move input. Oh, we don't need that anymore. We don't need this movement text here. Get out of here. So, idle state. If attack was pressed this frame, we don't need that anymore because we have that trigger up there. Clean up the code, then First, we check the attack in the idle state. If no attack, then we check the movement. So we lock our movement, and we get our move direction, where we just get 0 out, so no y-axis movement. And then we move the character, but before we move the... Wait. We move the character. But we should only move it if we are running, right? Should this also happen outside of this? So we can move direction. Let's put that into a big thingy here. Private move direction. Do we already have that? Wait, it doesn't have vector 3 because it's a direction. It's 3 axes.
Turns out cats can only have cheese as a small treat as they're lactose intolerant. Good thing Kumi is a cat boy. He can have all the cheese he wants.
It's true. It's true, Ketchup. I can have 5 cheese if I want. Why have 1 cheese when you could have 5 cheese? All for yourself. Yeah. We need a cheese stream. What if I buy some crackers and then a whole bunch of different cheeses, and I'm like munching them? Too much can make you sick. You can have a little cheese as a snack. They would probably most likely be Finnish cheeses. I could go to a Lidl though and get some like imported cheeses from Germany and whatnot though. Like the peanut butter cup stream, that was a wild stream. One of the streams of our time, where I bought was it Reese's peanut butter cup? And then I taste tested that on stream in 2 different forms. Because it came into, one of them I froze and one of them I just ate as is. And I made a stat chart. Actual stat chart with the triangle formation and whatnot. Let's see. I lost my train. Pinky would love PB cups. PB. Who's Pinky? From the mascot game? Wild stream arc. I was getting the mouse deer. And move direction. We were caching the move direction so that I can copy all of this and put it in update. Read move input. Read mouse position. Read attack button. Bam. And we get move input. No, that's vector 2. Yeah, we make an... Why am I doing this? Oops, there's a space there. So we make a vector 2 move input and we read our thingy in there. And then we use the global variable move direction now. Or member variable. And then we put that in there. Also, this is, whoops. That's part of this. Yeah, there we go. Now we're caching our move input each time. So we can be like, idle state. Get out of here. Move direction. We can be asking ourselves here, if move direction dot magnitude is greater than 0, that means we are moving. That means we move our character. But no, we only move our character in wait, hold on. The next state's update wouldn't happen yet, so we actually have to move the character here first. So we move the character, and then input.x. I guess we use move direction.x. And then we set that to true to set the bools. Actually, no, I don't think we need that because, well, the only thing we need is the direction, I think. Why is that half blue and half white? Because we don't need these anymore. We're not using that. All we need is change state. But the state we're going to change to is run. I don't think this needs an else state, because else nothing happens. So check for attack. If no attack, check if moved. If no move, then do nothing. And the run state is going to get a very similar treatment, where we don't do this movement thingy at all. Or that one for that matter. Or the debug for that matter. Or the attack check here. I love cleaning code like this. We also don't need the... Wait, hold on. The magnitude is... This is going to have the else statement, because if the magnitude is greater, and this is wrong, this is the move direction. That magnitude is, if we still have magnitude, if we still have like direction on our key presses, then this also is move direction. Then we set to run. We don't need this. We don't need that. But we do need to move the character. Let's do it in the same order. And nothing happens if we have magnitude. But if we don't have magnitude, then change state to player idle. And there's a double space there. Remove that. Okay. Let's look at the attack 3 hold quick. goes into idle. Perfect. I suppose we could also check if we have input and go into run, but I don't really mind if it's just one frame missing for that one. Let's see. Oh, I need to delete those. We are not moving. Why? We cache move input. It's the input system actions move. Read value vector 2, and then that goes in the move direction as X and Y. X, Y, Z. But it is the X that we want to read. Move. No, that's for turning the character. That should work. It's pretty much the same. Move direction dot normalize times movement speed times time dot delta time. Does that even need to be in a state? Like a block here. I mean, it's similar now. If the magnitude is greater than 0, then we do that. Let's put a debug lock here. Change to run state. Nothing. I can swing, but for some reason that specific one isn't working. Kind of interesting. We read it first too. It's using move input.x. Yeah, which we just put here. Right. And then, oh, is it oh my god, is it because of that? Because we made a new one there. That may have been it. I want to use the pre-existing one. That's it. There's still some weird choppiness. Is it because every time the... No. That is such a weird... Is the camera like relatively normal? I think the camera is normal. Because if you look at the wall here, that looks smooth. Only the player looks like he's going janky. Looks like he's stepping now, but that's an unwanted effect. So he's not turning anymore after... I guess we never implemented a functionality for that turning. We could probably read it here. We could be like, this frame. Oh, but that might make it so that we can change, let's just like custom change it. And we want to only change the direction at certain times. Where is that code? Animators at float move X to the X direction, right? That still works. Idle state is this Facing. Why is this here in idle state? June, it says remember it already. Change player state. Run state changes it. I think attack one state should also change it. But no, that's not it. I think it's these run states that, because these are the ones that transition into it. I think these are the ones that determine it, the direction. So attack was pressed, trigger the attack trigger false, and then set that to the correct direction and change state to attack one. Same with the idle one. And next we, in state 1, if we go to attack 2, we also change it. The holds don't change it. And attack state 2, if we go to 3, we change it. And 3 doesn't really change it. No, yes it does when it goes back to 1. That might fix it. I'm hopeful. Wait, no, okay. Wait. There's I actually have to do that more. I have to add this also to the certain hold states. Anything that transitions into a new attack has to have that. So that's 2 hold and 1 hold. Does 3 hold have it? Yeah, 3 hold has it too. Okay. It looks pretty good, but currently it doesn't really read my mouse direction. It's just reading my keyboard. So, like, now I'm holding left. Right? And now I hold right. And down. Left, right, down, left, right. Left, right, down, left, right, down, right, down, down, down. Which works, but I think we have to overwrite that. I think we have to overwrite that. We would have to check if no, I think every time you attack, you want to use the mouse position, right? There's not a single instance where you're not using mouse position. How did we get, where did we log that one? That should be, current attack direction is mouse there. It is a vector 3, I think, so we could probably just read that instead. So if we go back to anything that moves into attack 1. Oh my god, an entry state to these would be such a good thing to have here, but yeah. Idle state. If we attack, we don't use the move direction. What's the other direction we have? Current attack direction? Is that the mouse one? We should probably rename this. Current mouse direction. That makes way more sense. Current mouse direction.x. And we can just copy this whole statement. That's changing to run, that's changing to attack. Same one there. This is going to attack. Attack 2. There's one here and one here. Let's see if it just works like that. Bram. Bram. Oh my god. Right, right, left, left, right, left, down, up. It doesn't have dead zones, but wait, he broke. Wait, he broke. Hi DJ, thank you for the health check. For some reason, when I touch that black ground, it doesn't work. Did we have the wrong layer? I shall take that sip. How's it going, DJ? Yeah. That is default layer. That's the ground layer. You doing good? How am I? I'm doing good as well. It's really cold here. But I'm good. I have some cocoa powder. I can make some hot cocoa drinks later. You can't just ask why someone is broke. It's not his fault he's poor. You didn't code the money yet. Oh my god, you're right. Code in the money. I don't know. Don't know why. Don't know why inside. Wait, I think it's because this one doesn't even have it. Yes, it does. Cooking options. Let them cook. Everything. Cook everything. Provides contact. Whether or not this color provides context without any behavior listeners. Sure. Sure. Is that the trick? Is that the secret? Nope, he's still slamming away into the nether. But why? But why? Convex. Isn't this just the plane? Just like any other plane. Maybe we go to the project settings and find the matrix. Physics. Settings. Our ground layer can in array cast. Ground matches with ground and UI. Maybe. Hi, how do you go in? RHL? RHL. The RHL. 25. No, that still doesn't work. I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing good as well. Why is that not triggering? This one doesn't have contact. It has a nav mesh surface, but that shouldn't matter. And we are checking for the ground surface as well. What if this was just the default layer? Would that work? Yep, that works. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Where do we even check that layer? Mouse. Name to layer ground. Okay, it works somehow. So what we now have is pretty sweet. Except the movement, which is a little janky. So wherever I have my mouse, the character is going to turn that direction. Left, right, bottom, up, down. I think I just need some kind of thresholds. Okay, Ketchup. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Maybe we do some kind of... I forgot what they're called. A thing. You know? A thing. And this would just return as like, it would be a private. It would return as a float, private float. And this would be capital character direction. And I think it needs these. No. It needs these. No. Property or indicator must have at least one accessor. Get. Wait, hold on. Get block. And then we put this in a whole new row. We need to return 3 different things. It can't be an if statement. It has to be, I have to compare the, why is this so gray? Return 0. It's gray because I'm not using it. Anyway, we want to return a number that's either -1, 0, or 1. And the way we do that is... Wait, why did I need this? I had a very good reason for this. Of course I did. I think instead of doing this all the time, I wanted to read the direction. Oh my god, brain, you should have... I should have written immediately what I needed it for. Was there something I needed it for? Oh, so we can get the middle one too. Maybe this takes... Okay, it's going to be a function now. This takes a vector 3 direction. And what we just do is return 0 at the end, so we can just work on this without the error message. What this is going to do is we're going to give it a direction, and it should compare if something is, if direction dot x is, what do we check first? If it is smaller than minus 0.5. If it's smaller than minus 0.5, then this happens. Else, if direction dot x is greater than 0.5, then this happens. Else, this happens. And it's just going to return 0. And this is going to return -1. And this is going to return 1. And you're going to go somewhere to the helper functions. I wonder if this would look neater if I just tidy it up like this. If it's just one row, you don't need the statements. But sorry, if it's only one row of code inside the block, then you don't need the block statements. So we can do that. Character direction. And now I find idle state. Set float move. That's for the attack. So character direction, and we give this one mouse direction. And then this is move direction, so we give this one character direction move direction. Ooh. Let's put the move directions first because we only have a couple. I think only those. Yeah, because those are the only ones that use move. The rest use the attack, so we need the current mouse direction. It's easy when I just look for that orange move X text. You can find them super easy that way, like that one. Let's see how that works. Also, let's look at the animator super quick. So this blend tree activates at -1, 0, and 1. Perfect. So currently, if I move is that diagonally, we do get that 1. Like it's going to be turned all the way. I think that's preferred. Like that. What about attacks? Hold on. Can't see anything from that tree. That is actually super tight for some reason. I don't think the mouse direction is working. What is the mouse direction? Is it normalized? No, it's not. We might have to normalize it. Shoot. Mouse direction dot normalized. Let's try it with just that from the idle state. That way we're getting a length of 1 each time. It's not quite doing what I want it to do, but maybe that's fine for now. I actually have to start wrapping up. This has been a 5-hour stream. What the hell? Thank you, Andrik. This was fun though. I like going into this again. I definitely have to find some like off-stream time to work on this too. Maybe tidy up some of this stuff. Maybe even split the state machine part into like different scripts. So each state would be its own script. Just to tidy it up and make it more easy to read. Thank you, Entaro. Like I keep saying, I'm no professional, but I do I feel like I learned a bunch today again. It's all like learning process. And I'm pretty happy how this looks so far. I mean, it's mostly just visual tricks and whatnot. It's very simple, but just putting this here made it already look so nice to me. Especially because we just whipped out those tiles and whatnot on the fly. That was cool. But anyway, give me a sec to change my monitor. The stream might freeze in just a bit. That's the wrong mouse. Okay, here we go. And there we go. Every single one of my windows resized. Give me a sec. Move that over there. Okay, there we go. Well, well, well. We have reached the end of the stream week because I already did my 3 streams this week. But next week is going to be pretty hype. We're going to attempt to finish the Bloodborne DLC. And what else? We're going to start the Monday again with the 4 Swords adventure on Mallow's channel. And Neo 3 is going to come out possibly on a Thursday. So that is probably going to be a stream day. I have to check up the times and everything though. We'll see. Yeah. I don't know if I have enough time to stream this next week because I really have to, beat Bloodborne before the game comes out. But we'll see. I'll post the schedule probably on Sunday, most likely. If not, then expect it on Monday. But anyway, let's move to the other screen. Here we are. Cool. Oh, Sprite. Oh my god. And we can raid Ketchup. Ketchup is on the road to 1,000 followers. Ketchup is doing some ASMR. So if you want a comfy, cozy sleep after the stream, by all means, stick around. Make sure to be nice to Ketchup on Twitch. We're gonna start the raid. And I shall catch you guys next week. Thank you all for joining. I hope you had fun. I'll catch you guys next time. Take care. Bye. 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 Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.